Check. Okay. Sort some stuff. New computer, so I'm just still messing with the stream output, really. How do I crop my webcam? There we go. All right. That seems okay to me. Right, awesome. Let's just pull the latest. Bit Wilder, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. I'm just getting going here, I haven't started yet really. Just getting the latest builds and building it. Hope you're having a good week there. So tired, really. Yeah. I feel actually alright today. I don't feel as tired. I had quite a lot of sleep last night, which helps, doesn't it? Sleep helps tiredness. Who'd have thought? Okay. First on the agenda today is... What am I doing? So, I want to change the way hybrid storage works a little bit. I think. Have a quick look at where all these are. There's quite a lot of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to hybrid storage type size. I'm going to put these right at the top. And then I'm going to have an actual hybrid storage for a size T. I'm going to call it hybrid storage size. Which is this, and that's just size. And then I'm going to build that and just fix all the compiler errors. Size T. Which there probably will be quite a lot. Oh, Visual Studio is about to die. That broke Visual Studio. Great. Oh, here we go, we're back again. So, to fix a bunch of those, hybrid storage tuple size. That seems fine. Engine conditions. So this is, so where we see this really, this is hybrid storage type size. Yeah, we'll fix all this first. So what I want to change it to be is that this would just be the max of those types, size of those, the types in there, and that. Might actually do that here then. So okay. So this is hybrid storage size of space. Let's check I get this right. Okay. So this is hybrid storage tuple size is now max element size of tuple, and that goes away. Have you heard Spotify is getting lossless compression in premium? Oh really? No, I didn't hear that. That's good. I tend not to use Spotify. Been using YouTube Music for the moment anyway. I did use it quite a lot. And I might actually get rid of that as well. So this just gives you the size of the hybrid storage buffer for this size. And as long as I haven't messed it up, that should work okay. Hopefully I've not messed it up. This hybrid storage thing is used everywhere, so it's pretty like fundamental. If I mess it up, it'll cause a lot of problems. YouTube Music quite a bit, yeah. Ah, right, okay, cool. Yeah, okay. I don't really download much of YouTube stuff either. Ooh, what's happening? Visual Studio at the moment. Not responding again. Oh, it just keeps hanging for some reason. Okay, so let's fix these errors. I think we're good there. What that means is what's the problem here? Game storage is not polymorphic type now, it says. Not sure what's going on there. Game condition storage. Okay. Does that fix that error there? Did it break it? Yeah, possibly broke it. Figure out what this error is actually trying to say. Oops. See what any more errors say. Go back there. Hybrid storage size. Okay, what I'm going to do is start again. Do it slower. Rather than just make all the changes at once. And see what the error actually... I'm not really sure what the error means, to be fair. It means it can't do a dynamic cast, but I'm not sure why it can't do it. Okay, so start off. We're going to remake this thing with size T. I'm going to call this hybrid storage size 2 for now, which is this. And then this is hybrid storage size 2 of space. And hybrid storage size 2 of space again. There. Well, this is iWrapper space. On there. Alright, let's try and build that. So now it says it's not a polymorphic type. So what is that all about then? Game condition storage. Hybrid tuple storage. G condition types. Or maybe because it doesn't know what size space is now, because it hasn't made it yet. That's probably it. Yeah. Jin didn't complain for the past few days. She's such. Jane, who's Jane then? Polymorphic, doesn't it mean it can store multiple types of variables? Possibly, yeah. I think what it's actually saying in roundabout C++ error weirdness is that this is actually not a defined type. Which is... because we're in game condition storage now. Do you know what I mean? And this is not defined yet. I think that's why it's... So we just need the actual space. We need to calculate the space here as well. We'll see if that's what it is. Just say size. Equals max tuple. What do we call this? Max element size V. With G condition types. And wherever we see that, we'll just put size to see if that actually works. Okay. Different way. Game conditions, storage size. Is that? Sure, not sure what that error is. Really? I mean, what's stopping it from being? Hybrid storage is not a base member. Or member. Oh, it's because this, isn't it? Okay. Let's go back then. Jane is your first 3D printer. All right, nice one. That's good. Different space. That is different to that. So this is actually max element size v2 pull. Maybe we just do this. That worked. Whether it actually now does the way that I want it to work the way I want it to, I'm not sure. Right, okay. Yeah, AutoMod got that, yeah. Alright, I'll allow it, it's fine. Nice, nice. I wonder if this could actually just be this and it would work. Don't know what's going on here really. It's very old code, you know. See if that does what I want it to do. Okay. Nice. Sarah. Jane and Sarah. I think we might just leave it for now because I need to study this code a little bit more. I don't really want to break it. And we'll move on. So we've got a couple of memory leaks as well. Got 2 more allocations and freeze there. You can see that it's slowly going up. We need to find them. Safety third sticker on it. Ah, right, okay. Oh, nice. Their own nameplates. I like that. I don't think we're not going to be firing any game conditions at the moment. Could just debug this a little bit more. Basically, I think it's like that they obviously need to be the same type for this to work. And I don't think my brain is clear enough to work that out properly. Does that build? Ooh, we'll go back to here. We'll just test it for a bit longer. That does. You're up a space. Does that break it just doing that? Yeah. That's space. And there as well. Quirky to name your 3D printers. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, I like it. So that just breaks it. So hybrid tuple storage is the hybrid storage of the max element size of the tuple. So that and that are just not the same type, I assume. Yes, they're not the same type. The space has the extra stuff on. Space has the extra size on. Space now does this. I think I'm getting it now. So we might have to do it's like a requested size as well. Or just size. Which is the space that you want, that you've actually requested. Oh, quite confusing. And that goes there. And then this is actually requested size. Okay, that's it. We're back to it now. Yeah, I get one of those once or twice a day. Just bots. Alright, we're back to compiling now. So now we can actually possibly do this change that I wanted. So that can be just hybrid storage size. Might actually call it hybrid storage space, you know, because it's called space. Called space everywhere else. All right. Okay. So this is the maximum of max element size of that, and just size of game condition. Oops. All these errors it's churning out. Blooming heck. Hopefully we should whittle them down quite quick. Middle of God empty hill. Oh, higher. Oh yeah. They're all just bots really. They're just like, they're not even real people. This is hanging quite a lot as well. Behavior action types. So that's just a hybrid tuple storage. So we're doing this dynamic cast thing as again here. So I think we can do requested size here. That build. Well, let me build this. Build, please. Alright, whatever. And this is hybrid tuple storage again. Behavior types. This is behavior storage. Requested size. No, it's not letting me build this. Game brains. Wherever it is. Compile is ruled out for some reason on that. Not sure why. So that now just becomes 8. Or just like size of void pointer. So that's just meant to store a pointer. And all these are just meant to store 1. Getting through the errors now. Okay. That's the hybrid storage size of the event group ID's first type. Which is just size of. Now. This needs a little bit of neatening up. First controller type. And that's just the size of this. Ah. And it's an array of them. Might have to restart Visual Studio. It's just not letting me compile them. Just one file at a time. Okay, now we're back to being able to compile one file at a time. Good. Okay. So this is requested size. So these are all ones now. I'm going to get this compiling, then I'm just going to load up another project and check that this hybrid storage stuff is working properly. I think the game engine code will be just too big to check reliably anyway, so I'll just make a little test case. So this is requested size. This is requested size as well. All of this is very kind of abstract code, you see. Quite fundamental to a lot of the engine systems. So if it breaks or if there's a little niggly bug, it might be a bit painful. Right, back to building now. Okay, so let's just open, close this solution and open another solution if there's any. Don't have it on this computer. Oh, pressed the wrong button there. That's it. Alright. This is just a little test project. Hopefully hybrid storage is here. I'm pretty sure it is. So let's just do hybrid storage of 1 x rs. So this is 1 byte. So we'll do this. Go through all this rigmarole first. So buffer. Let's just look at this. This has no information really of what it is. Should follow it. Just has the V table in it. So we'll do this side. What is it? What do we call it? This space 16. This requested size was 1. So what we're not looking for is dynamic memory allocation. Very good. So let's do a B. Is that possible? Yeah. So this should be 2 bytes. We are looking for dynamic memory allocation here. Well, it might not actually need to because we're rounding it up. The buffer's 16 bytes, but that includes, we need to store stuff in there like the function pointer and stuff. So it could do that. S is now int. So let's do struct foo car sees 128. And then just store foo in there. So this should definitely be dynamic memory allocation because it's much bigger than 1 byte. Through all this. There we go. 136 bytes. So it's going to malloc that. which is what we want. I think that's good. So let's do tuple. Float and double. And let's do hybrid tuple storage of the tuple. And we'll pass in 1.0f. Requested size was 8, so that should work. Yeah. Let's put a foo on the end. Try that again. So space is 136 requested. So I think we're all right. Okay. Disk is full, it says. Disk's definitely not full. New computer. So disk full error messages possibly mean problem with the M.2 drive or something, maybe. Okay, so we seem to be fine. We have a problem here where we've got 2 more mallocs than freeze, so that's technically a memory leak. Memory. So it's 371.9. It's a very, very small memory leak, if that's what it is. Doesn't appear to be going up. Let's just try and catch it then, where this memory leak might be. We'll check in. If we go to the game board, content, draw. Was it draw? Game board content draw. We'll just stop doing this. Catastrophic failure. What's going on? Visual Studio's having a bad time. That's quite over the top to call it a catastrophic failure. Just see if we still have this 2 more mallocs than freeze. We do. So it's not to do with drawing. Okay, let's not load the actual level. So that's this. Well, this just won't display it. We need to actually comment out the CC get call to not load it. Oh, we don't actually have the print out there. So we've got the board canvas. We'll just do get debug draw GPU stats on the board canvas. It's not really GPU stats either. We'll just call it draw stats for now. Debug draw not found. It's in Sci-Fi Gardener, I think. Probably needs to be moved actually to the engine code rather than that's in the game code in Sci-Fi Gardener. Okay, there we go. There we go. 49, 49, 49. So there's no leak there. So it's fine up until we start doing things with the actual level. Here. So let's turn off the back end of the renderer. This will eliminate all of DirectX and everything from leaking memory. Of course, we can't actually see. We need to actually. We can't actually get a print out because we don't have any rendering capability. So we'd have to go to here and see what it is. Where are we? (72064) mallet counters. Well, that's huge. Is that a big leak? Maybe there needs to be some freeing going on at the back end of the renderer. Where does the mallet counter get reset? goes down when we call free. So not actually, that is quite a big memory leak then. Not actually calling the renderer. See it going up quite a lot there. Well, maybe it's stable now. 1379.7. It's doing a lot more mallocs than freeze though. So we can actually see by doing that. Okay. So I think we possibly go to malloc now and just check stuff coming in. So let's turn that JMC off and go to the global heap. We'll just start pausing the code and seeing what we see, really. So I'm going to assume it's not in DirectX. We're not really messed with that. Or in strings. It's going to be in more of the things we've been working on, like the content cache. Get through all the renderer stuff. So we're in the next frame now. So I don't think it'll be in any string stuff because we'd have far more memory leaks. Or in any of the drawing code. Maybe it is in DirectX because there's not really much else apart from the string stuff. But then again, we've only got 2 leaks. Could write an actual leak detector, or at least a leak debugger. They're not very common though. Just hard to find. Back in DirectX land now. Okay. Render a tick. So we let this tick. What I want to know is if we don't tick it, why is it so many more mallocs than frees? Let's kind of investigate that actually. So we'll go to debug draw. When we're doing the stats, actually this one we want. Let's just log line, heap this frame text. I might have actually been looking at the wrong thing there. That is good. Okay, so we cut out DirectX and we still have 2 more than we're freeing. Still mallocing 2 more than we're freeing. That's cutting out DirectX. So it's nothing to do with DirectX, which is good. I want to keep it like that for now. Go to the game board content. I'm not drawing any instance. All I'm going to do there is just return. So we're not even going into that. Where does this come from? Tick board panel. So I'll just return here as well. We'll get rid of that one. We'll keep going up the chain. I think that's probably the best thing to do until we find out what's going on. Okay. Where does this come from again? Here. So where does this come from? Edit a window. Return from there then. Right, so now we're not even drawing the GPU stats anymore. That's right, because we're drawing them here. So let's start just cutting stuff out here. Put both of them out. There we go. So now they're equal. So it's in one of these. So let's see if it's in tick left panel. It is, it's in tick left panel. Let's check it's not as in tick right panel. Let's check that there's not leaking any memory there. Right, so it's in tick left panel. So let's turn everything else back on, apart from tick left panel. And see if there's no leaking. Alright, there's no leaking. No flaw being drawn. Oh, yeah, 'cause we need to actually turn on the game board content. Right, so we're not leaking anymore. 93, 93. So, what is it about tick left panel that leaks then? Let's just let it get going and then we'll put a breakpoint on it. Okay, so let's cut off this one first. Okay, so is that one that's doing it? That's the one that's leaking. We're in non-mode, so it's in draw left panel somewhere. Okay, so let's just return out of here, see if we lose the memory leak. See if the memory stops leaking. There's nothing really in here that's leaking. It's kind of like leaky in terms of memory, I don't think. Okay. So let's just draw half of it. We'll draw up to weather. Okay, so it's somewhere in this section of code. So let's draw up to here. Could be in the localization. So let's go above the localization. There's 2 calls to localization, look, and there's 2 leaks. Okay, so let's go down there. So if this is different by 1, we have our, I think, culprit. Yes. Okay. So let's just go in here and see what happens. See if we can spot this leak from here. I mean, localization, it's quite a big system in itself, but we'll see. So we're going to go from here to here. Then we go to the heap allocator and on the global heap. And we'll just see what starts getting. So it's a bunch of pushing messages. There's not many out. Oops. Not many Alex though, really. Nothing here. Blooming neck. It's straight into Microsoft's code. None of that is dynamically allocating, I don't think. This just runs through the strings. So we're doing a convert. Will be SSO. No malloching going on there. And that convert. So we do find entry. What I might do is just put a breakpoint there in case we do miss it. Well, I don't know why it was 2. It puts 2 in there. Weird. Localized string entry. Oh. Okay, let's change this. This is just ID. And this is test2. Fag 0 ID is less than ID. Stirs. Localized string entry, what's it called? ID, yeah. Oh, it's actually arg1. Or ID, it doesn't really matter. How does this work? I'm doing this somewhere else. Arg0 is less than arg1. We are doing this. Why is this not working? We're doing this right here. So stirs is an array of localized string entry. Maybe we need to do this. That's the only thing that's different. Cannot be used before it is defined. Maybe let's just take this away. A function that returns auto cannot be used before it is defined. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You need to actually have this in the file itself. That worked. Okay. See if that has helped it. I mean, it's no malloc really done in a in that lower bound thing. Okay. So let's go back to doing this. Look, view of a. What does stir do? So this is the thing that shouldn't actually call the malloc, which it doesn't. Finds the entry, which uses this range thing. Can't find it. So we're going to convert back to a W string, which again, so it does have to, so it will be SSO here. So we're growing by 1 byte. It won't be SSO even. It's just a null terminator. That's probably the memory leak, because it is SSO, so it's not going to get freed. So what is 2 type in this case? It is string-based global temporine 0, because it's temporary. Right. Right, that's the leak right there. So the allocator type, okay, so stir buff should be temporary. It is temporary, so this grower, it's not the leak, because this is not going to actually malloc. Yeah. No, false alarm. That's not it. Okay, so that's not the memory leak. So push immediate message. This is going to... This is going to actually dynamically allocate there. This is also going to dynamically allocate. It's localization not found. It's going to push the view. So a window message has a string, so that's going to hopefully do a... Maybe it isn't actually a leak, you know. Must be. One of that's dynamic. Okay. So that did do one extra malloc, didn't it? Because it pushed something on that needs to survive to the next frame, which was the message. And the messages, maybe the messages aren't getting ticked. Maybe that's what it is. push that message on, and then they're not being displayed, which means they're not getting ticked, so they're constantly getting pushed on. I think that's what it is. So that means we need to actually show them debug draw, get messenger. Yeah, so possibly we do want a tick with a canvas. It's just messenger, tick, canvas, draw, stats canvas, like that. So if we tick the messages, it gives them a chance to like expire and move off the list. Okay. Right then. And we might make draw stats private just so we can capture all these compile errors. So that's actually tick. That's actually tick. That's just tick. Okay, let's see if this fixes this memory leak then. If it does, I'm going to have a 2-minute break. There we go, 126, 126. It's because we were pushing these messages on localization not found messages, and then never rendering them, which meant they were just constantly getting pushed on and never expiring. The messages were never expiring. So we were pushing these 2 messages on every frame, basically, not freeing them. I mean, they're going to get freed. Yeah, they'll get freed probably the next frame, but that means that the net should still be 0, because they get pushed on frame 1 and then on frame 0. So they get pushed on frame, they'll get pushed on frame 2, and the ones that get pushed on frame 1 would get freed on frame 2, so it would still be net 0. There we go, that's grand. Okay, cool. That's good, that's awesome. I'm happy. Didn't take too long. Memory leaks are quite difficult to debug. We could make a tool which helps you debug it, because what we could do is every malloc we could assign an ID, and then we could just basically list all the IDs that didn't get freed. Basically, the IDs that haven't been freed. And then, you know, when we're debugging it, we could just break on that ID, set a breakpoint on that ID, and it would give us the exact malloc that caused the leak. We maybe think about that later. This is pretty good now, just of spotting them. If we do it, say like, if this happens a few more times, we might actually write a little system to help us find it. Alright, we're gonna have a 2-minute break. Alright. So now that that's out of the way, we can go back to doing what we were doing before. We can go back to doing what we were doing before, and we're calculating the bounds of entire levels, so our prefabs in this case. So if you want to brush in, ooh, now we're not actually getting the brush appearing. Or rendering, at least. Just calculating the bounds properly. So what's going on there then? We might have left some debug stuff in there, you know. Okay, so that's in game bar content. Draw. Here. So what I'm going to do is delete this. Just try and draw some in. And see why we can't see it. So it is there because it calculated the bounds. It's just not being drawn. Let's just save that. So when we save it, we can see it. That's weird. So that's to do with the content cache then. need to actually turn back on that JMC. I have made some changes to the content cache. Actually, yesterday, tried to make the lookup faster. Obviously, it can't find the actual texture. Until we save it. Okay, so I'm not going to save it. Let's see what we get. Does it find the brush? So it finds this brush yet. It's actually the alpha mask it probably can't find. So the albedo texture, the mask, the TGA file. Oh, weird. So it might not actually be there. Might not actually be there. So it would be levels, but refabs, the masks. Oh, we do actually need to delete these as well. So there is no path there. Yeah, we need to come up with a mechanism for deleting alpha masks. Let's just turn this output off here as well. So we actually need to be saving this all the time. Game board editor. We want sprite sheet, content painter, painting or brushing. So we do paint alpha. We say is dirty. So it's possibly place content that's not working. That's probably what it is. So this places it in the content cache. it's not doing it properly. So let's see and have a go. Have a go figuring out why. Do it up here. Place content. Place asset. So we had, what options did we actually send in? No options, I don't think. So we call append asset. So we can place it in there. So what is the actual ID? Worth keeping a note of this. And the lookup ID as well. Probably because we're going to try and find it with the ID. Maybe. Probably just can't find it. Index is number 17. So that's the lookup ID. Second one. The lookup ID 876. Yes, it's actually number 12. Okay, so it's placing it in there. Like that. So it is in there. When we come to render it, how are we going to try and find it by its path? Renderer, spreadsheet, normal. Trying to find the mask by its path, you see. So the ID has to be, for this to work properly now, so maybe we need another place content where you don't pass in the content ID. So you do basically this without the content ID. the path becomes the content ID. So it just does return place content. Content #64 path options forwarded. Like that. And then we just do this. We don't have to actually pass in the ID of the mask. And that should actually allow it to get looked up by path instead of ID. Didn't like that though. Content ID path options. Says it does not take 3 arguments. That's probably it. Yeah, cool. So let's just see if that actually fixed that bug there. Where we couldn't paint in the floor. Or we were painting it in, it just wasn't rendering it. And we do need a way to delete these alpha masks as well. All right. Ooh, it's still not working. Weirdly. Okay, so I'm trying to load a texture. TGA, we are returning the actual ID of the texture. Image. Okay. Maybe we do that then. That is the content ID. Let's try again. Okay. So that's the ID. We set the lookup ID. So the asset ID is this. The lookup ID is this. And its index is 1, which is easy. Okay. So we call lookup asset. And we get it out. Great. So now when we come to actually, we're placing another one. I didn't want to do that. Because the mouse is stuck on. Okay, there's not that many. So now when we go to actually draw it, finds the albedo. So it's actually wanting to find this on path. $145. Is it because we placed it in as an image and we're looking it up as a texture? That might be it. Yeah, we're placing it in as an image and we're looking it up as a texture. We need to place it in as a texture. If you want to place something in, we need to place it in as a text. Yeah, we need to place it in as the same type as we're going to get it back out again. And the reason it worked when we saved it is because when it's on disk as a texture, or it could be loaded as a texture or an image. So this is fairly straightforward, I think. It's just texture, new texture. Well, we could do well, what's this write going to do? This write expects it to be an image, doesn't it? Oof. We could do it as a texture. We could do it all as a texture. And the right could be to a texture. bit more lower level of texture. It doesn't have the pixel stuff. So if we did it as a texture, textures aren't really designed to be constructed in this way. Door to attitude. Hey, how's it going? Hey, what's new? Well, I'm just fixing a little bug. Cool graphics. Oh, cheers. I'm just fixing a little bug. It's to do with how assets are loaded or placed into the level, really. So you can, this is like the level editor for the game, and this is the content, like the content browser. So you can like pick tiles. This is an empty level at the moment, so I could just say like floor, and you can actually brush them on. But there's a little bug where it doesn't, it doesn't work at the moment, but it doesn't display when I'm brushing, so I've got the mouse button down there. So I'm fixing that, and it's to do with how these things are placed into the cache. So it gets like this, it gets what you've brushed, and then it puts the brushed data into this cache thing, and then when the renderer wants to go and draw it, can load it back out of the cache and draw it. But I'm placing it in as like an image, like an alpha channel of what I've painted, but I'm loading it back out as a texture. And if you place it in as an image, you can only really load it back out as an image. So I'm placing it in probably as a texture instead now. Have you heard of sharp in the context of images? No, not as a not as other than sharpness of an image. No, nothing else. I wonder if it's a universal thing or just JavaScript library. Ah, right. So is it a library? No, I've not heard of that. No. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. No, this image thing's a thing that I've made, which is to hold various types of image data and convert from one data format to another. You know, it can go from like BMP to PNG or something like that. Or TGA in this case. This is a TGA image. Oh, yeah. Don't really know much about JavaScript. I've written some. I've done a couple of websites, but not much. Is that your language of choice, JavaScript? Oh, you hate JavaScript. Oh, right, okay. Language. It's the language of salaries rather than the language of love. Yeah. Yeah, so if I loaded this back out as an image, it would probably work. And that does mean converting it back to a texture, but we can do that. In fact, I used to do that. So it'd be like auto mask image equals cc get image mask path. If not mask image, continue. But then what we want to do is we want a texture view, and that's the mask texture. And we want to do mask texture read from memory raw texture reader with ID mask image ID or get ID mask image get width mask image get height. I'm going to get the texture format of the mask image I think. And that actually gives us the texture that we want to draw with, I believe. Oh, we actually have to read in the data. Okay, it's a little bit different. So this is the reader. I'd rather do C# or Java. Even if they ask me, I would rather C# or JavaScript. Unsurprisingly, really wanted C#. Is auto C++ pointers? Optionals, these are. Optionals. Smart pointers, not smart pointers. They're optionals. So the kind of pointers. Optional references. An optref, which is again one of my types. So it's like a reference that may or may not be there, which is really just a pointer, to be fair. But it means, like, I know in my brain that an optref means, because like, as with any reference, is you shouldn't save it beyond its scope. So with a pointer, you know, you can save a pointer beyond its scope if you want to. You can save it to some class somewhere. So it's just a way for my brain to be like, yeah, don't save this because this is a reference, which means it could get thrown away at any time. So like use it within the scope you got it from, basically. Don't really code C++ in my web dev. Right, yeah. Yeah, so this is a game engine, this, and a game as well. There's a game in it as well. But I haven't worked on the game in a couple of months. So the game is right at the end of pre-production, about to go into proper production, and I needed to tighten up some parts of the level editor first. I don't want to like get a year into the production of the game and realise that the level editor's got problems, really. So I'm doing that now, and then when that's done, back onto the game. So that's the reader. So we want to remove the reader, and then this needs the image data. So image, mask image even. Get pixels, mask image, get size, bytes. So now that gives us our mask texture. We don't get it out of the cache, we convert it here. And let's see if that fixes it. So we're placing it in the cache as an image, and we're getting it out as an image now, which is good. All right. So we have our floor layer. Hang on, I need to start this again because there's a bunch of stuff in this level that didn't work before. Try that again. There we go. So now you can paint it in, and then you can like soften the edges. And you can like paint some grass in. And then you can also stamp things in. So I've kind of painted the floor on the wrong level there. So there, like, the floor should have been painted a lot lower in Z. That's why you're getting that kind of weird. It's going behind the floor. So I believe to fix that, let's test it out. I'll pick the floor again. And then if I brush it at new Z bias, that makes all of the floor that Z bias. So now if I get the light, yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay. What I'm gonna do, so we didn't actually save that, which is good. These masks, so we don't actually delete these masks programmatically yet, I don't think. So we will need to write some code to do that, but I'm not going to do that yet. What we were working on, what I kind of want to do today, finish today, is generate the bounds of a level, because this is actually a prefab. What that means is when I save this, it's going to become a brush itself, which means I can brush entire prefabs into the world. Hey, how's it going? Do you have a game you develop as reference? Do you have a game you develop as a reference for implementing the engine? So I'm developing a game as well, yeah. And I have developed the engine so it'll be able to make the type of games that I like to make, if that's what you mean. Yeah, so it's the engine's like a combat light, not much combat really, although it is supported, quest based 2D RPG style engine with lots, meant to be designed for NPCs that react to the world, you know, multiple branches of dialogue, multiple conversations depending on things that have happened in the world. It's that kind of engine. Yeah, cool. So, you know, you can have like dialogue system. This is part of the dialogue system. So you can like, this is all for Jenny, an NPC, and this is part of the prototype in pre-production that I made. So these are all different conversations you can have with her, depending on the state of the world. So she can give you a blueprint, give you radar coordinates, give you items, give you a quest. This is if you're a different character. So this is all kind of like testing different situations. This is if Jenny is like a shop. Maybe she's like a traveling shopkeeper. What would you call that? And you talk to her and she has a shop, so she can open the shop UI and everything like that. This conversation would do that. So the idea is that as you play through the game, the characters develop as well. All the NPCs develop. And then you can give also NPCs patrols. This is a patrol for Jenny, the same character. So this is like how she goes from place to place to place at different times of day. So you know, like when you play Skyrim and you've got like in the morning the NPC's in bed, and then he gets up and he goes to work, and then he might be in the inn in the evening or whatever. That all that type of stuff is supported as well. And then each patrol you can assign a default behavior to it. And behaviors are big trees. So this is the combat test. So this can control, like, this behavior would, like, before it evaluates the patrol, it would evaluate the behavior first. So if Jenny will be on her patrol, and then if she comes across some kind of like something in the game world which triggers the behavior, it'll trigger this graph to run, which is basically like a behavior tree. So it's like you can kind of program in NPC behavior, specific NPC behavior for specific situations using this, and then she'll go back to her patrol. So you can define default ones, or you can give them activities, and then the activities have behaviors as well. So you could assign different behaviors for different activities. So the default one might be like how she would react if you attacked her. She might become hostile. But then the activity one might be like, when I am at the pub, or when am I at the inn? When I am at the inn, do this behavior instead. So the idea is that you can have all these dynamic NPCs. So that's the type of game I kind of want to make. Pretty, dynamic behavior with NPCs and story and stuff. So it's story told through dialogue or whatever. And then you can design quests and all sorts in similar ways with these graphs. But right now I'm just working on the level editor. Kind of redoing it. That's what it's turned into, really. So these prefabs, there's two things. There's prefabs and there's rooms. Rooms are like a room in the world, so like a level kind of. And prefabs are meant to be brushes. So when you you can make something, so you can like stamp a barrel down. So say like props. And then you can give it collision. So this is like red thing is like a collision, so that no NPCs or the playable character can walk into the area of the barrel. And then you could save that as a prefab, and that would appear here. That's what I'm working on now. So when you painted barrels after that, they'd all have collision, if you know what I mean. I could put like particle systems on them or whatever, so it could be a barrel that, like, I don't know, glows or emits fire or something. I don't know. Pretty deep already. Yeah, it's engine's I've been working on it about 2 years now, and the game I've been working on it since January, so about 6 months, 7 months. So the game's a sci-fi gardening game. So you're on a space station like a massive space station, and you're the gardener. And it's meant to be kind of chill, so lots of interesting dialogue, and you can do quests for the other crew members. And you just kind of like do quests, get resources, get plants to plant and seeds to grow, and make the space station look really nice. And then you can go down to planets as well. Yeah, so this is kind of a room that's prototyping the surface of a planet or something. So the planets could have weather, and then they could have enemies as well. So that these guys just walk around at the moment, and they're a bit broken for some reason. The behavior tree is not loading properly. But if I was to spend a little bit fixing it up, you can actually full on do combat with these guys. But it's all turned off at the moment. So you could like go down to planets, fight things, come back up to the space station. You know, these drop items, so you might be able to get like a cool item which you could turn into a fertilizer or something. But that's going to come, all that. Right now, I'll just work on the level editor for a bit. Okay, so what I was actually working on is generating bounds. So this red thing is the level, is like the prefab bounds. So if I paint in like some floor, at like -1,000. So when I release the mouse button, the bounds recalculate, and that becomes the bounds now. And I have all different types of brushes. So if I paint on a particle system, I'll stamp it. You can see it goes on, but this currently doesn't actually take into account for the bounds. So that's what I need to work on now. And when the particle system, I need to like, how would you get the bounds of a particle system? Which I'll do right now. So we have game board content, right? This is the class which manages all the content on the game board. The game board is the thing that you like put things on. And we have get brush bounds, get brush instant bounds, and this is specialized. So for framed animation, so this thing is the thing that gets called. These are not implemented yet. These are what I need to implement. So I need to get the bounds in world space of this instance, which is that framed animation, that little explosion effect. And it's basically the bounds of all of the frames. Oh, it's the bounds of the current frame, really. So I wonder if we could just try return get brush instance bounds for normal. Like this, because it is kind of just a normal sprite. It's just playing different frames. This will might mean the bounds go up and down all the time as the animation changes, or not. I don't know. There we go. So even though it seems a bit big, whoa, that really zooms in a lot. Don't want to zoom it in that much. You can see there's like sparks flying up there. So it does take into account all that stuff as well. And then this is an animated rig. So we'll put him over there. So we need to get the bounds for that guy as well. So he's animating. So this is it, the animated rig bounds. So let's have a quick look at if we have the bounds. We have instance animated rig content data, which got the rig ID. And I think the rig in it has got the bounds in it. So we'd have to go data instance. We have get bounds there. Oh no, that'll be recursive. That'll be recursive into this. Instance get data animated rig content data. If we don't have the data, just return result. If we do have the data, we need to get the rig. So the rig is cc get animated rig. And then we want the rig ID, which is the data's rig ID. So if we don't have the rig, we'll return again. If we do have the rig, the rig has in it bounds, get bounds. Don't know if that's in local space or world space. Not sure, I'll just check it out. It's in local space. So we just need to translate it by so it's a rig get bounds dot translate by the instance position, and that'll put it into world space, hopefully. If that works, we'll see that red area covers the rig, which it does. You can see actually as well, just going to zoom in massively, that's alright. It's actually moving the bounds because the guy's moving. Next one is so the sound. I don't think that really needs to contribute to the level bounds, to be fair, because this level bounds. Well, it should it? Don't know. Probably should. I mean, the bounds is kind of meant for I'm designing it now to create the actual thumbnail. Obviously, you don't want it to apply to the thumbnail because it's just a sound. But then we might actually want the thumbnail to have the little speaker icon. Okay, we'll make it contribute. So the sound data. I think we just can do a normal. So return get brush instance bounds for normal. Okay, so there we go. What's left to do? Trees. The bounds for the tree. So we have this tree down here. Put it out here somewhere, even though you can't see it. Put it out here. So we've got the tree simulation brush ID, we've got the tree simulation. The tree simulation brush ID. And that will have the bounds in it, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So we're going to go data instance get data tree simulation content data. Don't have it. The bounds is 0. Auto tree is equal to cc get content brush data tree brush ID. If not tree, return result. Otherwise, the result is equal to the tree bounds translated by the instance position. Maybe. What I might do is just, I'm not sure about that. We'll draw the quad outline of the result. Just draw a little white quad outline. Tree's not there to start with. I must not have saved it. Maybe it's not there, is it? So we stamp the tree in. Okay, so it's kind of wrong. So we need to minus off the origin. Some of these things have origins. The tree does. And the origin is like where in the image is the bottom of the image, or the origin of the image, which is not always in the bottom left or top left corners. So the origin for a tree, for instance, is right there. You see where that red little dot is? That's the position of the tree in 0, 0 for the tree in local space. Red Monsters, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Hope you're alright. Going amazing, good. Yeah, doing alright. Making a bit of progress today, which is good. Just working on getting the bounds for the level So this red square is the bounds of the entire prefab in this case. And then when I add stuff into it, make sure it all contributes to the bounds calculation. Okay. Cloth. Let's put some cloth in. Put it in over here. So the cloth, I believe we do calculate the bounds of this somewhere else. Mesh bounds there. Do we do that with the tree as well? I don't know. So we need data is the instance get data. Cloth content data. If there's no data, the bound is empty. Auto cloth is equal to the data's mesh. It's just a data mesh bounds, I think. Let's just result. And then let's just draw that again to make sure. Just to make sure. This will just draw a little white outline around the cloth, because the cloth's another dynamic object that the bounds changes all the time. Okay, so that's obviously in local space. Okay. So we need to minus the origin off that as well. The origin for that piece of cloth is like the top middle. There we go. You see it like pushes the bounds right out there. That was cool, that. Okay, cool. So the grass, is the grass the last thing? I think it is. Hey, Sokelos, how's it going? So apparently I just had to delete the structure entirely for everything to work. Oh, nice. Good. Yeah, that's that funny error you're having in your audio code, I remember, yeah. Brill. So what are you doing with that code? What is the plan? Or are you just trying to see how it works? Onward to the next parts. Yeah, exactly. Try and make your own audio. Ah, right. Audio engine. Ah, right. Okay. Like an Fmod style thing. Is that what you mean? I have very basic audio in this engine. Not particularly interested in the GUI part. Ah, okay, yeah. This is my mixer. It's the current state of the mixer. So you just set all the volumes. I haven't really worked much. You can mix differently for speakers and headphones. But when I get to doing sound in the game, which will probably be years away, I might write some kind of cool mixer, stereo, 7.1 mixer and stuff. That'd be cool. Fu Manchu, hey, how's it going? Play the actual music. Yeah, can't remember how this works. This is old. Don't need to see waveforms and stuff. Just need to know what's going on. Yeah. All right. Okay. Cool. So is it part of a bigger project then? All I've got for I don't render waveforms. I just render these little icons at the moment. Ah, right. Okay. Right, so the last one is grass. Slowly piecing things together, yeah. Yeah. The only real bits I've looked at for audio is Xaudio to obviously streaming sounds, and a little bit of their built-in effects loop stuff, a little bit. I did some reverb programming a reverb, but not really gone into it at all. What's DSP? Like a dynamic space partition? I don't know. Digital signal processing. Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's a whole thing in it, for sure. Do a basic decoder for WAV files. Yeah. Yeah. So you've written like a loader. A WAV file loader. Yeah. So this engine you can use WAV files, but when you actually build assets for the game, they get encoded to OGG. And then I have a OGG stream decoder, I suppose, as well. And then I used, have you heard of Dr. WAV? That's a library for processing WAV files, and I do that to resample WAVs to all have the same format. I was trying to figure out how to create asset files. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. That's what this engine does actually. It creates asset files. So it creates this data file. So all these BMA files is the game data. And then this LST file is like the phone book or whatever. The dictionary, you know. Which says you want this asset, well it's in this file at this location. And then you can like group not just audio assets, any assets you want together that have to be loaded together. So what that means is you hit the disk minimally. You know that like, so if I have like a level with all of its assets, or a room with all of its art and sounds and everything, and all the AI trees and everything, dialogue trees, all get put into one BMA file, and then you just load that BMA file, and then you've got the entire level's assets just from one load, you know. I try not write everything on my own without libraries. Yeah, that's good. That is a noble challenge. She's really good. I'm only dealing with audio, the benefit of fairly narrow scope of things. Yeah. So you'll have to combat if it's for games anyway. WAVs are massive. WAV files are massive. And if you're not careful, there'll be an enormous part of your data size. So a lot of engines compress them. So that'd be interesting to get into, like how to compress the sound, either losslessly or with like a lossy compression. And if you're not going to use libraries, that would be a really good challenge. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So you'd say that's like the more generally is an asset pipeline. It's like, yeah, raw assets on one side and your finished game assets on the other, and then you write everything in between that goes from one to the other. And that's kind of one of the first things you would write when you're writing an engine in general, is you would write the asset pipeline before the renderer or anything. Or at least I would. Because the renderer relies on assets, doesn't it? So you could either like try and get render directly from like PNG files or whatever, or you would just write your asset pipeline, and then once that's finished, you can write your renderer to use the assets at the end of your asset pipeline, the finished assets, which in this case is the BMA files for my games. Yeah, that coffee's ready. Yeah, I might get a coffee actually. I might do that. Last thing I've got to do is grass bounds, which we already calculated somewhere else because I remember doing this. So if we paint grass, they don't contribute to the bounds, but they will. They will. First, 2-minute break for coffee. Great idea. Okay. I've got a massive cup of coffee. So we are actually calculating the grass bounds, I'm sure we are. Hell yeah. Yeah. Cheers. So the grass content data, we are actually calculating that somewhere. Sips coffee, yes, exactly. Coffee and coding. Amazing. Oh, I don't want any. Don't want any voice on the music, really. Sounds like how I spent my Saturdays. Yeah, yeah. This was my morning coffee. I don't know if you're English, but that's a staple in England. American. Have you heard of Greggs? I see a lot of Americans on Instagram and stuff talk about coming to the UK and trying Greggs. It's one of the national bakery chains. Never heard of it. Yeah. It's they sell like. What do they sell? They're famous for sausage rolls. Have you heard of sausage rolls before? They're a very British thing. It's like they sell all the healthy stuff. Yeah, it's butter and sugar and salt in there, basically. But they do actually do pretty nice coffee, and it's cheap. You know, it's cheap for a high street coffee there. If I'm ever out that Welsh trying it, it's popular. Yeah, it's popular. Like, so you'll have, so there's something like a sausage roll, right? Is every bakery will sell that probably in the UK. And they all have the different types, different recipes, and some of them are absolutely awesome. Greggs is just the biggest, I suppose. But you'll have a great time going to some of the little independent. You'll see them in butchers, and you'll see them in bakeries, and they're nice. Cheap in 2025 is never bad. Yeah. So this coffee was £2.75, which is what, like maybe $3. But if you go to Costa Coffee, which is another massive coffee chain, it's over £4, so that's maybe like $4.50. So they're like much cheaper than the other big national coffee chains. Greggs do actually do salads. I don't know if they're healthy though. They pretend they're healthy. Don't know if they actually are. Grass content data. Grasses, bounds. There we go. Now that probably will be in world space. So we need to go. Might actually do that here as well. Wow, it's fine. So we want really abounding rect. I'm just going to say with each data grasses, and the op is bb.add arc.bounds, I think. Hey, alright. Oh, good. I'm fine, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Really? Oh, dear. Yeah. Must return a value. And then we'll just say the result is the bounding box. So this will just go through each of the grasses and add in the bounds to the bounding box. There we go. So that's all of the bounds, I think, that we're going to support right now. And any new ones will fire this assert, so we know we need to implement it later. Right, so now we have the bounds. We can do instance get bounds, because when we're actually drawing we're just saying get bounds of what? Game board content, which is just getting the bounds of every brush instance, basically. So all this can kind of go away now. This is old code, this. There's a lot of stuff in here that's old because I'm replacing an old system with a new one, and the old system's still there to make sure that I don't break anything. Right. So now we can go get bounds of game board content. Oh, we're not doing offset position, so this we have to do get rect. Translate by offset position. Check that still works. I don't know if there's anything in American culture that's like a sausage roll. So you know, like a corn dog, where you have a sausage, then is it like some corn batter on the outside? But it's nothing like that. Nothing like that, unfortunately. But it is a sausage wrapped in some kind of bread. So the next goal is to generate a thumbnail that looks like this, which will look pretty rubbish because the thumbnails are really small. They're like only that big, but we'll be able to see. Close to a pig in a blanket. Pig in a blanket, is that different from an American pig in a blanket? A pig in a blanket here is a sausage wrapped in bacon. Is that what you have there? Or a kid's foods using hot dogs. Alright. So a sausage roll is like sausage meat. So there's no... like a sausage has got like a case, I suppose. Some kind of skin that makes it a case. It's like the middle of a sausage with no case, wrapped in like buttery pastry, I suppose. It's like a very savoury thing. The problem is you can't describe them nicely. You have to just eat one because they don't sound nice at all, but they are nice. It's the perfect 2,000 calorie snack. I don't know how many calories they are actually. They're probably about 500 from Greg's. The only thing I hesitate to try is blood pudding. Yeah. Yeah, so we call it black pudding here, but yeah, it's blood pudding. Another thing that sounds awful, but is actually delicious. It's bizarre, innit? Really bizarre. They don't taste like blood. It's not, they're really nice actually. You know, if you're gonna decide to eat meat, you should try all of it, shouldn't you? Not discriminate. If you don't like it, you don't like it. It's fair enough. But at least try it. Do you have anything like that? Do you have anything like blood pudding in America? It comes from peasant food, I suppose. It depends if it got to America, because America obviously has a lot of peasant food as well, but it might have come from different influences. Definitely not. Yeah. Right, yeah. It is definitely a northern... Well, I was going to say northern European, but they have it actually on the Mediterranean as well. I think it just comes from peasantry. It comes from being poor and getting everything you could out of your animal. So if you come to England and have an English breakfast, it's usually served with English breakfast. There are a few dishes that have it. So English breakfast, and it's often served with poached eggs as well. So black pudding and poached eggs. Asparagus as well. Bacon. It's good with poached eggs though, because then the yolk gets involved as well, which is really good. Southern US. Right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's universal here. We do have, I suppose, regional dishes for sure, but like black pudding is a universal thing, eaten all over England. It must be really popular because lots of people eat English breakfast. I don't suppose you find many people buy it from a supermarket. Most people have it when they're eating out at a cafe or something. Okay. Right then, so we need to actually generate these. So this is content brush generation, excuse me. So for prefabs, generate brush thumbnail, game board content. Whoops, looking at the wrong thing. Here we go. So this is, we kind of got a little bit of code from somewhere, from the animated rig stuff, which does a similar thing to what we're about to do now. Get back to work. Yeah. I will. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So we're calling content get bounds, and immediately throwing away what the bounds are. So auto bounds. If not bounds, return. And it's basically all this stuff. This is setting up. It's basically like all of this stuff. So what we're having to do to generate the thumbnail, got to run it through the renderer here. This happens at the beginning when you first start the editor. It needs to see if it needs to generate any new brushes. And the brushes obviously are things that you use to brush onto the levels. And brushes have a thumbnail, and some thumbnails need to be readbacks from the renderer. So this is a readback. So we need to do things like set up the camera and stuff. Which is what this does. We have a readback canvas for this brush. Begin. And here we're saying draw animated rig. We need to do content draw. Is it content? Content draw. I think it's just content draw. With the thumb canvas. And that's basically it. So it'll draw it here, and then it creates something called draw canvas to memory. So this is the canvas with the camera in it and everything. Then you get something called a readback token, and you need to like draw it multiple times for it to actually fully render out, because the renderer is not like, it's not just going to render it, it's going to try and load assets and stuff, and if it can't load them it'll fail and have to go again. So we do it 3 times, I think. We render 3 times. So while the count is less than or equal to 0 and the readback token is ready. So if the readback token is ready, we get the token, and then that allows us to create the image. So this creates the image from the readback token, saves it to disk as a BC7, and then it writes the brush as well. Why do we need to write the brush? Because we're setting the origin. Okay, let's see if that works. So if this works, we'll have that thumbnail in the in here. Do we have it? I don't think so. Let's first write it as a PNG. PNG image writer. Get thumbnail. Oh, we'll just write it to just a test.png. We'll see if what it actually kicks out there. If it even kicks out anything, we'll put a breakpoint there to make sure it actually gets there. No, didn't get there. For some reason. It's not even going into this code. Are we actually stopping? Oh yeah, it's probably because it's like I don't need to rebuild it. If I uncomment this out, it'll make it immediately old. I have to rebuild it. Rebuild the brush, that is. Alright, we're in now. There it is. Looks terrible. Can you tell me if I zoom in, do you see that zoom on stream? Can you see that? I don't quite know what Windows is doing there. You can, not details. Alright, cool. But you can see it zoom in, like if I do this. I don't know if Windows is doing that just for me from the monitors, or it's doing it. Yeah, I can see a mouse pointer in there. Can you see? Yeah, so can you see the little thumbnail? It's obviously like a very, very low res thumbnail because it's a very big prefab, I suppose. Prefabs aren't going to be that big in the game. Okay, cool. So we have our prefab. So now I need to be able to paint our prefab. So let's take out. I want to make a smaller prefab actually because that's going to be a bit of a nightmare to paint that something that big in. This is the prefab file. This is this is a text data file of that level of that prefab. So this would be an input to the asset pipeline that we were talking about. This would get input, and then out of it would come a BMA file, which would be a very optimized version of the level. But it starts as a text file. And that's what the level editor generates, these text files. So if I delete that and then I rerun it, there's nothing in the level anymore, basically. Alright, so I need to also... It takes quite a lot longer to launch the game. I've got this because it's rebuilding every single brush again. So I'll turn that back on. So I'm just going to put in. See, and it's still there. Interesting. Maybe we need to fix that. That's a condition on which the brush needs to be regenerated. So this brush did need to get regenerated. So how do I... It's the right time with the brush right time. So that should have... that should work actually. That's probably just because I didn't have this turned on. So let's check that. So if I delete the brushes and then I run it, we can check the hot loading out actually. See what happens. So the brush is gone. There's nothing in the level. If I paint some barrels in, check you can see that. And I save. There we go. It appears. That's good. And then what I want to do is delete this and have the brush disappear from the content browser itself, or at least have nothing in it. Okay, so that doesn't work. Right. So I'll figure out what's going on there. So basically, it should be old. It's very hard for me to... I don't know what the brush file's even called. So basically this should get called... which it doesn't. So is this right? So the brush file, the path, so it's the when we're a prefab essentially, which I think is the last path unfortunately. Oh, it's the first path. Okay, so we get the right time. Brush files. Where the brush file is younger than that is old. So it's saying it's empty. Are we saving it? I think we are saving it. So the right time is definitely old. It's definitely a newer file than the brush file. That's what we're looking for. True. Okay, now it did pick it up. So now it will work. That's weird because it didn't work before. Okay. So we got there. Just didn't actually regenerate the... So this is actually working. It's not working. What is going on? It's like not saving it. All right, save. Okay, it must be like Notepad saying, oh, we don't need to save it because it's already the same on the hard drive or something. I bet it's not able to generate the thumbnail. I bet that's what's happening. Because... oh, it's happening at the end of the frame. Because we're early and out, aren't we? So we actually need... to load the brush somehow. We need to delete the thumbnail and stuff as well. rather than just a brush. Need to delete the brush. So we need to do auto brush, well, content brush, or brush, and then we need to do read type from text file, brush file, or brush. If we do that, we need to do all brush dot delete underlying files. I think that's it. Does that actually delete the brush file itself? No. Okay, there we go. Brush file dot path, because obviously the brush has got multiple files associated with it. It's the brush file, but the brush file has in it like references to other files that it needs. So if we call delete underlying files, then every file associated with that brush gets deleted, including the thumbnail file, in theory. Right, it's still there. But that's probably because we need to save. Oh, what happened there? Content. Get. Oh, this is in an old system. It's okay if there are little crashes in old systems, because that's gonna be gone anyway soon. Right, something happened there. I didn't load the level. Right, so it's gone. Whoops. Put them on this side actually. We'll put these barrels back in. Ooh, what's going on? We have more than one crash. Okay, so this is part of the old system, so I'm just going to return because we're not even using it. It's just crashing anyway. So, barrels. Save. There we go. He appeared there. Off to work. Oh, bye, yeah. Nice chat. Have a good time at work if you can. See you later. So this is the boat barrels. This is boat. Different from... Oh, is that correct? No, no, no. It isn't there. Did it not appear then? I'll do 2. Oh, it didn't actually delete. It didn't. Hang on a second. What's going on here? Layers, props, save that. It's not saving the layers. Okay, they're not getting saved for some reason. Why not? Immediately. Maybe the content cache does do this save. We do need it at the moment. Save is broken. I've got coffee, I'm alright, thank you. So if I press save, this is not working. Game board content. Game board editor. On save. What is it? Editor window, maybe. Save. Save. So it is saving it, but someone else is deleting it. Right to file. There it is. Maybe it is that delete underlying files thing. Where are we? Maybe this actually deletes the prefab as well. Oh, it does. Look, the data path. Ooh, right. Okay. We don't actually want to delete the data path. Thumbnail and collision, yeah. Maybe we just don't set the data path. Where are we? We don't set the data path. Maybe that's what we do here. It's the source file. Prefab is a source file that we want anyway. All right. Yeah, so this should work a bit better, hopefully. So we'll make a new layer. Hopefully it doesn't disappear. No, it doesn't disappear, which is good. Put these barrels in. We'll save. And it didn't actually generate the thumbnail. It did just have it generating the thumbnail a second ago. Okay. Save. Delete underlying files. I bet that this is using the data path somewhere. Is that thunder? That's crazy. Yeah, get data path. So this is actually get source file. Alright, so let's just delete that. Start again. We'll do props. And then we'll put in the barrels. There we go. And then we'll put in 2 barrels and it just updates it. Undo. There we go. And then what I want to do is delete the underlying content and just see, so that thumbnail should be gone. Yes, it's gone. Great, okay. There we go. Check that in. And the goal now is to preview that thumbnail. Well, we'll make one. We'll make a decent one with all the different things in it. So we'll do barrels. Nope. Layer. Barrels. And then we'll do cloth behind the barrels like that. And then we'll do a framed animation in front of the barrels. And then we'll do maybe a light. And then we'll do, oh, look at that light there. Possibly need to clear these with black. These thumbnails. And then we'll just do, brush some grass on. There we go. So we need to clear them with grass. Not with grass, sorry. Clear that with black even. So when we're generating it, here anyway. Can we, so begin, does that have a clear colour? No. Clear. So we'll just draw a quad, we'll just draw a black quad. The quad is going to be bounds, I think. And the Z minus int max. So right at the beginning, it might be behind everything else. I just need to save this somehow. Okay, it didn't clear it black. Let's put another little thing in. Didn't draw it black. Wonder why. So let me do content draw. What is bounds here? Bounds is probably in world space actually. So this is thumb. Get client bounds. That'll be it. That'll be it. Alright, so if we need to force this to save again. There we go, it's all black now. And prefabs should probably be a different outline colour. I'm not entirely sure why it isn't. It says content browser, draw content canvas. Type is unknown, it says. Oh, because we're doing it by a different type. Where does this type even come from? Content brush type, refab. So we need to set, maybe not setting this. Yeah, saying it. Sprite sheet tile, animated rig, sound, prefab. Which is kind of green. Content is set to be empty. So that's something we need to do. Whoops. We need a struct prefab content too. So this is where we put in the, well, it allows me in the editor, in the IDE, to see what type of content it is. And it also gives us a space in the future to put any specific, you know, members in here that we might want to save attached to the brush, given its content type. So prefab content 2. And then we just make one of these pairs. And then I'm actually making the brush. Where are we setting the content? I think there's the content just automatically set for us. Let's see. Okay, so this is it. This leads us actually into previewing the prefab. It's like when you've got it selected in the content browser and you're about to draw content into the level. We need a painter for it. So here. So we're going to copy this. This is the sound content painter. And this is actually going to be prefab content. And we'll just delete these because yeah. Well, might leave this one. This one might be similar. Apart from resetting a different data type. So the preview. Content brush render as well for preview. For prefab content. For prefab content 2. gonna get rid of this now. This temporary thing. Do we want to actually get rid of that? I'll leave that for a second because we're gonna have to actually probably we needed to do the get bounds one. Get brush instance bounds. Okay, so we need prefab content data. Okay, so this is prefab. And then we want prefab content data. We'll just copy the sound one again. It's pretty much the same. Prefab brush ID. And then we want one in here. And this should tell us the methods that it needs, which I think is just how do we get the bounds of a prefab. That's the thing we just wrote. So prefab content data. If auto data is equal to instance get data prefab content data, well, if not data, there's no bounds. Auto prefab equals cc get prefab. Is it game bar content? Yeah. Data. Content brush ID. What was it called? Prefab brush ID. If not prefab, return result. And then we just say the result is equal to prefab get bounds. We actually need to translate it by the brush instance. Well, we actually get bounds. No, that's fine. Translate. By the instance position. That's what we need. Okay. Intersect content. Right. How do we intersect a prefab? So who calls intersect content? Well, let's just set it up first. So this is paint mode for prefab content data. Intersection candidate result. Invalid template parameter. Paint mode. That's why. So we'll get on to that. I'm pretty sure we can just do intersecting content. Whoever calls intersecting content is in set focus content on the game board editor. So the content itself could have intersects. Wouldn't it? We'll get to that. Alright, check it doesn't crash. So what we want is a new prefab. So prefabs, place test, prefab, and we'll immediately go to that. So there's a little hack that I have in here where I can just immediately launch on the thing that I'm working on. So there's a little hole there for some reason. I'm not sure why. Get on we'll do this first. So if I've got that prefab selected. If I make some layers, save that. Okay. So this is where I need to preview it. So I haven't stamped it down yet, but I need it to appear where the mouse cursor is. So that's in Game Board Editor, Preview, Prefab, for stamp. Content Painter, that's where it is. Prefab content here. So we need to get the paintbrush. They need to go on a layer. This is no. We do need to get the paintbrush. So I need to go auto prefab cc get game board content for brush dot source file. So we have the content now. So we want P and Z. That's the position and that's the Z bias. And then what we want to do is we want to go prefab draw. Canvas PZ. I think it's just that. No. It's not prefab. Could just call it content, couldn't we? So what does draw need? Game board. Game board content. Draw. We want null pointer. That's right. You need to. It keeps a track of what is the root content. Because prefabs can contain prefabs. Obviously, you've got a circular problem there. You need to sort out. There we go. So the bounds drawing needs to go away. I am going to get rid of that. I can always put it back. So we need to minus the origin as well, where we're previewing it. We are minusing the origin. We don't need to minus the origin. Then what I might do, well, we'll need to do stamping, and then we're going to try and do a prefab inside a prefab. Make a new brush out of that. There we go, look at that. So the idea is we can stamp. Okay, so I see a Z order problem. We actually do a context menu for that as well, so I can open back the prefab up in here. So there's the Z order seems to be changed. It's fine there. It seems to be changing though. Which obviously I don't want it to do. Okay, so this is actually doing some globally stuff that I don't want to do. Like setting time of day and all that. Really, I just need to do this. That's P. That might be it. That seems to have sorted the Z bias out. I'm still a bit concerned. I think it's just the Z bias. Because I think everything else calculates its Z bias from its global position. Which might not be the right thing to do. Right. I think we're just going to do paintbrush position, paintbrush Z bias. So this has a couple of problems in that it's setting global buffers multiple times. And it's like ticking the weather multiple times, once for each instance of the content. Yeah, I don't know. think I'm going to have another one called draw content. Right now, it's just going to do this. And that's like below here. And then the preview is going to do draw content. So we'll call this game board. Problem here. What have I done? There's another game board. Whatever. Content, draw content. No, prefab. Call it prefab. Prefab, draw content. And that doesn't set up all the dynamic stuff. It's already been set up for us. You see, using this base board here. All right, cool. So now we're going to go to the content browser. And we want a context menu. I want to draw a context menu for some such thing. For a prefab tile, for a prefab. So it's going to be menu dot draw menu item. Open prefab. Just that. Ugh. So now I can do open prefab. There we go. So what I want to do with this prefab is draw some floor. And then if we there we go. And you can actually see the floor as a sprite window. May or may not want that. That means that it will perfectly tile. It will perfectly tile with any floor that's drawn underneath it. Whatever, it's fine. So now we just need to, so we'll check that in. And now we need to actually stamp one into the level. Which is this bunch of stuff here. So this is actually prefab content data, prefab brush ID. And actually, that might be it. So if we open up the place test prefab, see that there is no brushes in it. I don't think we won't see it rendered, but we might be able to stamp it in. Save it. There it is. Prefab brush ID. Okay, so now we need to actually render it. Which is kind of the same as the preview. There it is. So we have to also make a decision as like, do we want to stamp them as new prefab instances, or do we want to tie it to the original prefab? We need to make that decision. We need both, really. Okay. Auto prefab. So data is equal to instance get data prefab content data. Auto prefab is data cc get game bar content prefab data prefab brush ID. And now we can just draw it. We can just do prefab draw content instance dot position, well, canvas instance position instance z bias. That's it. See if we get them. We don't get them. Empty prefab brush ID. So we can't get game bar content by a brush ID. Oh no, we're looking at the wrong thing here. We have to go auto brush equals cc get content brush. We already have the content brush. It's right there. Source file. So what are we doing on the other ones? Asset uses ID. Oh, that's if you want to instance stuff, which you might want to do. So we'll leave that out for now. This is literally drawing the brush in a specific position on the game world, whereas this rig one is instanced, so it gets an animated rig with a new instance ID because the rigs are different. Each rig is a different instance of the brush. This is not, we're just stamping the content around. There we go. So in theory, we can do 2 of them. And then that made a new prefab because this is a prefab that we're stamping it into. That's awesome. So that's a new brush that we could stamp into another prefab. But first, let's just see if this does actually tile. So I should, in theory, it should just tile perfectly. That's mint. Alright, check that in. So now we need to be able to highlight them. Alright, I'm gonna have a banana because I'm starving. You can see the physics ticking too fast. I think the animation's playing at the right speed. The physics is broken, it's going too fast. It's going like the cloth simulation. That's probably because it's ticking it 5 times. Let's try and fix that. They seem a little choppy as well. Maybe they are going too fast, the F-framed animations. I think they are going too fast. Right. Couple of problems to fix there. So, cloth first. Cloth mesh. Where are we ticking this mesh? In here. So we just need to basically tick it once a frame. So we want let's frame like that. We may as well save them. Current frame's probably the better name for it. Don't really need to save that out. We can't actually. That would break it. So we'll put it down with accumulator because I don't actually think this is not serialized. We don't need to do any of them. So when we do tick, we need to say if current frame is equal to frame count, and return else current frame is equal to frame count. See if that sorts out the cloth ticking too quick. The thing is, I thought we already did this with framed animation, and it did look like it was going too fast. Oh, oil break. Right then, what have we broken there? That string's completely knackered. Before we just debug this, let's just rebuild it. All right. Yeah. So the cloth's working all right now. It's very hard to tell if I don't think the framed animation is going too quick. Bambiak, hey, how's it going? I've got some cool stuff. So you can make prefabs, and then save them, and then stamp the prefabs in other prefabs, and then save them, and that makes more prefabs. Then you can stamp them in other prefabs and save them, and you can like grow these huge things, which is cool. You are the king of original cringe greetings. I find it charming. It's fine. It's good. I like it. What are you working on today? Anything good? More like a prince. Oh yeah. Nice. Yeah. Too much work, isn't it then? Yeah, I mean, it's good to have a day off coding sometimes. Once in a blue moon, eh? Now, we need to be able to highlight these. This is complicated, how we might want to do this. It could be complicated. It could. How do we want to do this? So if we just stamp down an ordinary thing. Maybe for the... Oh, we probably do have collision for the prefab, you know. We probably do have collision for the prefab. So we could... The thing is, it moves around everywhere. So the collision is not going to be the best. Because we'll have a collision for the static thumbnail. Solve GPT problems today. Ah, yeah. I'll still code, but I'll code similar things that I can vibe code. Alright, smaller things. Similar things, smaller things. Simple things. Yeah, cool. Simple things that I can just prompt my way out. Yeah, okay. So you're like asking it for things, yeah. Do you find it's good? It's a good learning tool. ChatGPT teaches you a lot of things. You know, that's like the best case scenario, I think, for coding with AI when you're learning is if it can be a teacher. As opposed to getting in the way, teaching you the wrong way or whatever. Tried to do it for decompiler and it got stuck. It was one of those things I couldn't prompt my way out of. Stuck for 3 days. Oh, right. Yeah. It's difficult, innit? Because it could give you so much code that you don't know what to do with it. And then when it goes wrong, you don't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? I've never tried it. I've never tried asking ChatGPT for code before. I've seen Google offer me up code when I've searched for things, but quite often it's been wrong, unfortunately. They need it for information seeking, but not coding. Yeah, you get to this point, don't you? With like because coding exists because you can't articulate it in English. To be able to exactly articulate what you want the AI to do will probably require a programming language. Do you know what I mean? So you'll have to program into ChatGPT to get the answer. In which case, maybe it'd be better to just program the thing yourself. I'm not sure. Depends how complicated this programming language was. Varies a lot with what you're doing. Ah, right, yeah. Okay. What I might do with this selecting is I might just do a handle and a bounding box. It's going to be too confusing to do like a mouse over. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe I could just try So we could do like. So what is this? This is probably a Z value. It's an S32. We could make this a Z bias or Z. And we might be able to draw the outline. I'm going to draw the instance. When that has a draw, that is Z bias or Z. Yeah, okay. I can see that. Because if it just starts waffling a load of stuff that you don't understand, there's no point, is there? I was so focused, struggling to get my decompiler to work. Right, okay. Right, okay, yeah. Well, let's take it easy today, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, 16 times slowdown is is probably like means it's incorrect. I would say it's quite severe, isn't it? So let's just try and draw. So we'll draw it, and we'll do auto token equals canvas begin outline batch width pixels. Got some defaults there actually that I can just use. And then we're going to go prefab, draw content, canvas instance.position. How do I do this again? With Z, make Z, token.z, and then canvas end outline batch. So what's it actually called? Outline. So this should draw outlines on all of the prefab instances there, which I could do when you mouse over the handle. So when you mouse over a handle, which might be, it'd be like maybe in the middle of the prefab instance, you could get like a outline, maybe. Right now, caching way too much data. Yeah, it does add up, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually very easy to write C++ slow, I've found. If you design it in a different way, it could be slow, like very slow. Lots of copying, like you say, lots of deep nested copying all over the place. Okay, anyway, we don't need to do that now. Eight milliseconds for them. Well, that's really fast. That's totally fine. So you can get it 16 times faster, like half a millisecond. That's good, that's really good. We need to do the Z bias or Z thing. Actually, here. Z or Z bias. And that is there. We'll not get 16 times faster. Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. Oh. Yeah, nice. Yeah, you'll have to show me. You got anything to show? I'll have a look. Seems cool. I'd like to have a look at your decompiler. Or any source materials I'd like to have a look. That'd be awesome. That is some rules for how I would rewrite this low level code. Yeah, okay. Get back to it maybe. So where are we? Preview. What do we want? Intersect content. For prefab data, wherever that is. Here. So we might just do a handle right in the middle. So we can do we have the bounds for the prefab cached? To be fair, it changes. We could do it at the position actually. Instance position. So auto bounds equals rect instance dot position dot inflate 0.5, and then we'll just do canvas draw quad in world bounds. Just see what that looks like. When you read my source, just know that I am aware my solutions to some of the classes are not optimal. Oh yeah, I will, yeah. Simply say time for Yeah. It's an iterative thing, isn't it? So do the easy things and then all the simple things and then get more complicated. Yeah, cool. Right, so I don't see anything. Not even calling it. Right, we're calling it. I just decided because of the size of the scripts I'd be way too much work to do optimal solutions. Yeah, exactly. So this is not even getting called. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, we're not in the right mode. That's why it's not getting called. See, I tried to make my decompiler work with that guy's Java project. Oh yeah, I remember you saying about that. There we go. So they're the instance handles. So when we mouse over them, so when we say get the mouse position, if bounds.intersect mouse, I can't remember what colour it was. I think it was yellow. This is quad Z max now. That's the plan use once it's done. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah, okay. Java. Oh, I remember you talking to me about that Java native interface. So you can hook it up to C++. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that could be like second part of the project, couldn't it? Getting it to work for that. Work with that. Okay, so I need to set result. Do it here as well. I think that's probably fine. Compile code as a DLL, or whatever the OS uses, and make Java classes that work as a wrapper. Yeah. I've had experience with that before, just not in Java. Okay, it looks like it's drawing it again. So we're just getting double the light, you see. Or the double the light glow. So let's see what happens then. So what I actually want it to do is draw the outline. Draw intersection candidate. Ah. Okay. this is it. This is correct. We should do an outline. It just, I probably haven't implemented it properly. Then I can invite my functions through the wrapper. Yeah. I have done a similar thing. I did a level editor in C# and then that interfaced with the engine, like the back end of the engine, using manage C++. But quite similar. Okay. $2,096. $2,019. So it's saying it's a Z bias. Interestingly. To type Z now. So this is actually if Z bias or Z dot is Z. Refab, draw content, canvas, instance position, Z bias or Z, else, draw a Z bias. Custom engine, yeah, how's it going? Clonopin Commander. Cool username, how's it going? You alright? Got any questions, mate? Just ask. Fortunately, I have to go in 10 minutes, but yeah, I'll try and answer any questions that you have. Because this tool works, are you a software engineer by trade? Not really, no. I've done it for my job. My other job in the past, but mostly just me sat in a room, you know, because he worked 2 different games where I say decompiler needs to know some function signatures, game functions. Ah, right, okay. What do you do for work? Me and my wife have a business in our local town. It does all sorts of stuff, really. It's like a tourist. I live in a really touristy place, you know what I mean? So what I'm making now is, it looks weird, doesn't it? But, so you can make these prefabs, so you can like stamp stuff into the level. And then when you save them, they become brushes, like here. And then you can select that brush and paint it into another prefab. And when you save that, that becomes a brush. So I'm just doing that kind of thing at the moment for the engine. So you can build up complex things to like stamp around the world, you know. Ethical business, yeah, try to be very small. So there was about 5 of us. Now there's about similar 5 of us. It doesn't really require much of my time anymore. That's the thing. So I can do this. Sometimes it does, but now I'm like on a bit of a break from it, you know. So I'll come and do this all the time, this every day instead. Yeah, I do it for fun. Yeah, like I am making a game with the engine as well, but I wouldn't call myself an indie dev. Not yet, anyway. If I have something that I think is good, then maybe I'll try and push it to be a releasable thing, you know, one day. So yeah, like these are, you know, eventually be able to attach scripts and everything to these, and you can put collision on them and all sorts. So now I'm just doing selecting them. So you can see that's an instance. That's an instance. And then that there is not a prefab. That's just a tile. You're an indie dev. Alright, cool. I found some assets online and put them in scene in Unity. Oh yeah. It's just a start in it though. It's just great that everyone's into it, I think. I'm more of a, rather than a game dev, my thing's game tech. I'd be more interested in making Unity rather than making something with Unity, you know what I mean? That's about what I like to do. It's a joke. Yeah. It's true though, Bamberg. People just want to get into games, and that's where they start. And I think that's, if they had to start by looking at C++ and OpenGL, they'd never get into it, which would be a shame, I think. Some people wouldn't. Some people like that, but some people don't. There we go, so we can select him. We do it by handle because I think these prefabs, you know, they could have all sorts of things moving around. Rather than this selects it, this does pixel perfect selection. This, but I don't think that would make sense on a prefab because they like move and stuff. So you could like highlight it and then it'd move off. And move off your mouse cursor and stop being selected. So we'll do it by a handle. So that's awesome. So we'll do a little quick check. What we'll do is we'll make place prefab dot prefab, and then we'll get that, and we'll see if we can put this in. Okay, so I can't move the prefabs don't move with the mouse, so that was a good test. This one doesn't anyway. So it's to do with this offset, isn't it? So auto p equal to the instance dot position plus offset. So this is the renderer. So it was the preview that was also wrong. Game board editor. Preview. So that might be it. That might be it. Let's just see. That offset was it. It feels weird having spent time learning a bunch of algorithms and then struggle to make super simple stuff. Yeah. You always get stuck on that. I was stuck for about an hour on the Y value of a coordinate transformation the other day. Just trying to get the Y value right for a coordinate transformation. So yeah, it does happen. Even like having programming for over 20 years, still happens. Okay. There we go. So in theory, that makes another prefab. Prefab. And it's got undo, redo. So that's that one. So to crash it, we stamp this prefab in itself. In theory. Oh my god, that works. Now it crashed. Oh, sorry, Siri. Siri just was talking to me. Yeah, if you stamp a prefab, in itself, it's obviously some kind of circular dependency that we need to prevent. But anyway, I think that's gonna have to be me for the day. Got to go and pick my kid up from school. That was alright, that was good. We're breaking the back of this level editor now. A couple of things we need to do. We need to obviously stop circular dependency. And we need to be able to stamp a prefab as an independent instance. Check that actually works. Because right now all these prefabs are linked to the root prefab. So if I open the root prefab up and we put like this guy in it, we save it, in theory it updates everywhere else. Sometimes you want that, sometimes you don't. So we need to be able to stamp an independent prefab that is kind of not gonna update with anything else, or at least make it like, should be able to right click it, should be able to get like a handle, right click and then select make independent or something. We might do that tomorrow. Anyway, that's me done for the day, so I'll see you later.